Good morning, little Naz. How are you doing today? I tried to pull over September contracts this morning, but for some reason, Ninja is not giving me available option for that. So I'm assuming the volume is still low for September contracts. So I guess we're still going to continue with the June contracts today. Are you close to getting your 50K passed? Good morning, Trader G. Today it looks like it should be a pretty good trading day. Looks like the market's priming to move. I mean, we got a lot of highs up top from the London high. The London low needs to be touched. We still have the data high from yesterday. We do have some 3-star news at 11 o'clock today, which is kind of a weird time. We usually don't ever get news at 11. Yeah, it would be nice to have a directional Friday where we're just trending up. If we do get one of those days, we're definitely pulling out the funded 250K. So at 9 o'clock, also, if you're in some trades, just be careful that even though it's not 3-star, but we do have an accumulate of a bunch of 2-star news. So, and we still are on June contracts. I guess Ninja's not giving me the option to choose the Septembers, and I'm assuming there's maybe not enough volume. Yeah, this was from the 15-minute. This is the 15-minute chart that we're on. So I want to say, let me go to my other chart. I have it marked out a little better where I can see it. So we possibly can run the London highs. This is around the 60. And this right here, this one up here at the 690s, this is that data high from yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, I tried to move over to September contracts, but it wouldn't let me select it. Like I can try again. Let's see. See, it just gives me the one option on Ninja. It doesn't give me any more options. And I just don't know if there has to be like a certain amount of volume for Ninja to switch over. Don't know if anybody has the answer to that or not. You have to select it elsewhere. What do you mean by select it elsewhere? So I think it's like NQU is the abbreviation for that, I think. But it still won't let me select anything if I type that in. Yeah, because I even called I guess Methodical Man this morning and asked him how to switch it over because whenever I was looking at Adam's numbers, I guess he had the September contracts. Okay. Yeah, see, I didn't know if they did it based off volume. That's why I was assuming that maybe Monday or something. Okay. So I'm not the only one. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a mixture of people on September and June today. And it could just be a only Ninja thing. I'm not sure. Like with Trade of Eight showing, who else got Trading View? Some people trade on Trading View. Quant Tower. Oh, did my camera freeze? I swear, every. Yeah, refresh doesn't work on that for some reason. I don't know what that is. I mean, it's not even. It's a brand new camera. It has something to do with OBS. Good morning, the world above. I guess as right now we're going to be trading on June contracts, the world above, because I can't get it to switch over to September on Ninja. So this morning, I would think we would pull back down to the 1500s or 15,000s. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 19,500s. Kind of this is where a lot of liquidity is sitting on the 15 minutes. And this is also the London lows from overnight. Make sure. Actually, just a little bit ago. So hopefully I can do my best today and not get burned in that first 30 minutes. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but most of my losing trades usually come within that first 30 minutes. But I find like after 10 o'clock, the trades are easier to read. Yeah, I guess Methodical Man to decide to take Friday off because he's still out of town. He couldn't make it back in town from their son's baseball game. So if you are just joining us, we do have some two-star news in 36 minutes. I don't think it probably won't move the market very much, but I would think we'd get a little movement out of it. And also at 11 o'clock today, we have the Fed's monetary at 11, which is a weird time for three-star. I don't think I've ever seen three-star news at 11. All right. Let me do it on another screen so I don't mess up. We've still got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. All right. Oh. Give me a minute. We'll see if I can find this September rollover contracts real quick. Database. Hmm. Oh, okay. So I have to hit the rollover. All right, so if I do hit this rollover, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. So it could make my charts go down. I don't know. It still didn't. I'll just have to look for more of it later. I hit the update, but nothing really happened. Yeah, up here, Trader G put it in there. If you go to tools, if you're using Ninja, go to database, and you will see there's a rollover for it. It looks like this. I hit the rollover for it, and it updated. Then I hit the update, but maybe I need to hit the. Okay, so maybe I need to update the instrument list. I'll do that in a minute when it slows down and just see what happens. Trader, you'll have to let us know what the volume looks like if you're going to be trading September contracts. All right, guys, we got less than a minute before the market opens. So this is the London high that we have marked out down here. This is a pivot sitting up here at the 99. And Adam's main support was up here at the 25s. Okay, so volume is 5 times higher on June's. Okay. All right. So I guess we're just going to settle with Monday switch over for September's. Thank you, sir. All right, the market's open. For you new guys that are just joining, this boxed indicator that's on my chart. This is a 15-minute opening range chart. I forgot to set up my copy trader. For most part, I try not to take trades in the first 15 minutes. I prefer just to wait for a setup. Or I like to wait for after the first 15-minute candle prints. And this way, most of the time, usually whatever side of the 15-minute candle we print on is most of the time that's usually where the market's heading for the day. For longs, I probably wouldn't look for a long unless we got above the 25. And also the pivot over here at the 99s. Not really offering us a lot this morning, just kind of chopping back and forth. And we did have a relevant equal lows on the 15 minutes down here at the around the 500s, 19,500s. And that was on the 15 minutes. Yeah, it would have been this area here. So you would think with all the liquidity that we have down here, you think we would go down here and bounce a few times before we move higher. So usually one of my things, if I have a green week, most of the time I wouldn't even trade on Fridays because I like to keep the positivity for the weekend. So I don't show back up Monday and revenge trade. I'm not really sure what most of you guys trade. I know if most of you guys are following Methodical Man, I'm not sure if you guys trade the inversion trades. So usually what I look for is I do the inversion trades, but I've also been working on getting bigger moves out of support and resistance. Wow. Trader, are you on September contracts? What is the movement like over there? Ooh. Oh, pretty much the same. Okay. just a different price point. Yeah, hopefully this weekend I can get that straightened out. That way Monday hopefully everybody will be on these same contracts. So if any of you guys are trading the ES, this is and this is also for June contracts. 25 was a major support level yesterday. I'm doing good today, Kid Nash. Thank you. How's your trading been going lately? Are you still able to keep your accounts from last month, or did you blow a few evals? Nice. Yeah, I'm halfway there too with one of my funded accounts. We're at 745. So we're approaching a pivot up here at the 599s. Just don't be faked out when you move above it. You kind of want to make sure it kind of bounces off it a few times. Because this is kind of where I like to take either longs or shorts off of these pivots. Yeah, we're still trading micros today. So we're approaching the major resistant at the 25 level. As you can see, this is why we're getting reaction off of this red line here. All right, so we're trying to get through the 25 over here, trying to get through the pivot here. Just didn't have the volume to push through. Come on, buyers. I'm waiting for the buyers to push through the pivot. Hopefully it comes back, touches it, then I'd like to look for a long here, then have my stop log just below the pivot. So far, we're pretty much just struggling to move above the pivot and also this resistance at the 25 on the ES. And we got about 3 minutes left before we kind of get the 15-minute opening range. I'll wait and see if this trade either is going to go ahead and go. Then we'll start looking for some of your inversion trades. Did you take a long there or something, Black Beauty? Or are you taking a short? Are you taking a short off of the pivot? This gap here is on the 3 minute here. We also have got the 15-minute opening range for anybody that does the 15-minute opening range play. All right, so we're finally kind of breaking that pivot. I still would like to see us push up, maybe print, come back and touch it to make sure we're going to find support, because I don't want to be faked out just because we're not above that 25. What I'm waiting on, I'm waiting for the ES to get through this 25 level, then hopefully a pull back to for entry. So you took all your trading in the London session. You're just pretty much watching price action today, Black Beauty. So this is the area that I'm watching and waiting to see where we're going to get here. For long, I need to see us basically print above the 25. And we still got a little room, and we could, this is maybe where we're heading to the London highs up here at the 60s. And we also have data highs sitting up at the 690. Good morning, America. Boy, the 25 just does not want to give it up this morning. I mean, I guess you still could have got at least 20 points if you did take the trade above the pivot. All right, so we should start getting a pullback on the NQ right here. Yeah, I've never traded gold before. I think that was you were talking about that yesterday. Wow, the NQ's looking pretty strong. It's not really pulling back a lot based on what the ES is doing. Good morning. I know. I'm definitely, usually I take my trades based on what the ES is doing, but they're just not correlating with each other. I thought we would get a pullback on the NASDAQ, but it doesn't look like we're going to get one. It looks like we're definitely going to run the data highs here. I mean, not the data highs, but the London highs. Try my best not to get the FOMO, guys. It's hard not to just go in, jump in to see if we can take it up to the 60s. All right, so maybe hopefully finally a pullback. No. Excuse me. All right, so finally getting a pullback. Goodness. I don't know if any of you guys do trend line breaks out or not. It's like I want a long here, but I just feel like as soon as I jump in, we're just going to find resistance at that 25 again. All right, looks like we're finally pushing back up there again at the 25. If we do jump in, we're going to be looking for either the 660s or the 90s up here for the over the data highs from yesterday. But I just don't want to jump in too early. Or if we do jump in, we just want to jump in with minimum risk. Okay, I think that was the 9 o'clock news. There's a bunch of 2-star news at 9 o'clock. Whew. Glad we didn't jump in that too early. So this is kind of where we would look for either the VWAP or your pivot to hold up. Were you able to get a nice trade already this morning, Little Nas? Little Nas? And it's also good that we're still above the 15-minute opening range. All right, I'm just going to put my stop loss right above this line here since it's kind of held up. This way, we're just not risking no more than like $100 and something if the trade does fail. And it still could turn around and sell because the ES is not holding up. May just go and close it.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Ah, shit. And that thing is still holding. I was thinking that we were going to start selling back. You're using the 500 tick chart. Oh, do you feel like this is kind of like the sell off here, Black Beauty? Nice, up 420. So as you can see, we never really broke this 25 range up here at the top. Good morning, sir. We got a 2-minute inversion here. We can see if there's anything on the 3 minutes. Yeah, the 3 minutes is a little bigger. Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah, I blew up an eval yesterday. So if I end up looking for another short, I'm just going to wait to either we get below this area here. And I may take this 3-minute inversion trade too. Unless it just kind of goes without us. Because your first internal swing is here. But the only thing about this area that makes it high risk is that we're at the VWAP and we're also at the top of the 15-minute opening range and at a pivot. So we have like 3 things in this area that could stop you from, stop it from moving down. And we've also hit a bunch of liquidity down at this 13 and 14 range on the ES. So I'm not sure how many of you guys trade the ES. You're trading the ES. So we never did break this 3-minute opening gap as far as printing below it. The only thing that would suck here is if it doesn't really give you an opportunity to join and print below, it'll just go. Whew, we still got 2 minutes left on this candle. We're just kind of waiting to see if we're going to get a printed candle below this inversion gap here. All right. This, if anybody that does take this trade, this could make you kind of sit through some stuff because we don't have a lot of volume moving down. I'm trying to make sure we got some green. No, it wouldn't push. Or red for pushing down. So if anything, we wait and see if this pushes up and finds support at this 3-minute fair value gap here. Nice. Now is that 3K funded? Wait, 3K. Oh, evals. Okay. Sorry about that. So we're just kind of waiting to see if we're going to push through this fair value gap here. Wow, the volume has just been pretty crazy this morning. It's like, do we try long again up for the 60s? Kind of like to see us push to the VWAP, then maybe look for a long up to the highs again. So the 3-minute inversion gap, I guess, play was a fail this morning. It never really got past the VWAP at the 95.
Order
All right.
submitted. Order filled.
Why did they feel that? That touched my order, but it didn't fill. Hopefully, there's not
Target
issues with
filled.
Ripnik again.
Order submitted.
All right, so we'll just make it a free trade.
Order canceled. Stop filled.
Oh, all right, came back and got us. All right, we'll wait here and see if the VWAP's going to hold up on the ES. So usually we usually kind of do multiple, when we trade, we usually try to sell at least half of our contracts off. Then just kind of look for runners for either 20 to 30 points up.
Order filled.
All right, we'll try it again. See if we can make it to the 260s.
Target filled. Stop filled.
Man. It's like we just can't get no momentum to move up. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to wait for us to get above this 25 because I just feel like the closer we get to that 25, the more resistance we run into. So how am I doing my, I guess, where I usually, like I said, I usually sell like 5 of my contracts at 20 ticks, and we leave 2 on for a runner with no profit target. Oh man. Is there a lot of you guys trying to take trades on the 250Ks? Or a lot of you guys trading those? So I'm still bullish as long as we're above the 15-minute opening range. Hopefully, if we can find one more positive trade, that should at least get us back to even. No, I'm not in any move. We were trying for two longs earlier. So basically, what I was looking for is for us to clip the London highs up here at the 60s and the data highs from yesterday at the 90s. This is my P&L from this morning. We are down $77. I can look and see if there's any inversion trade plays coming up. I don't usually do the 30 seconds. Which that's a small gap. I don't know if you guys take those small gaps or not. Okay, so this was from that 3 minute earlier. Oh no, it's right here. This was the 3 minute gap from earlier, the one I said that would pretty much be a high risk trade because we're at the top of the opening 15 minute. We have the pivot and the VWAP here, so that would have made that an extremely risky trade. And you're pretty much running into the same thing on this 3 minute trade here too. I mean, never saying it's a winner or loser, but it's just the fact that we have so much below it. You have the VWAP, the pivot, and the 15-minute opening range. And you also have the ES sitting at the level 214. As you can see, we've had support in this area since, I don't know how far we go. I mean, all the way back till 6 o'clock this morning. For me to consider a short, I would like for us to be below this pivot, below the VWAP, and to print a candle. Excuse me. So this 14 has been pretty much an ice wall, this 12 to 14 range. I mean, you'd think eventually we'd start pushing down through it since we've tested it so many times. Oh, yeah. That we got this morning. So even though we did print outside of the inversion, I still wouldn't take it. Like I said, I mentioned before, with your pivot, your VWAP, and see, we're at the top of the 15-minute opening range. And most of the time that will hold up throughout the day. Oh, oh, wrong chart. I don't know if it's going to be one of those deals where we finally break that 14 to 12 range that just goes quick. I guess for anybody that likes to trade the consolidation boxes. Yeah, I didn't take it. I didn't take this short just because of I don't like shorting into the VWAP or the pivot. I like to see if the pivot's going to hold first, which it looks like it may. I was just drawing them out for, anybody here that likes to take the inversion trades. So I guess this right here would have been your first internal swing. And this right here would be your next area if you're following the trade down the 560s. Jazz, did you take the short? Yeah, the London lows I think are down there around the 30 range. Maybe we can get a pullback back up here towards the pivot and the VWAP, and maybe look for a short off of the pivot and the VWAP. I want to say the next level down on the ES. I would have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure it's at the 502. I remember that level getting called out yesterday by Adam. And we also have a 2-minute fair value gap here too. So maybe between the gap, the pivot, and the VWAP, we'll finally find some support here to move back down. I don't know. There's a little gap there too, so I don't know how. Let's see. Multiple in 3 minutes. All right, so it's not really a validated fair value gap on version because there's like multiples in this leg. So if the pivot can hold, I may look for a short off of this pivot here at the 99s and just put my stop loss right above it. But we just have to wait and see if it's going to hold, then print another candle. Jazz, what were you taking your short signal on? Are you taking the failed inversion gap trades? Thank you, little Nas. I don't know if I keep saying that wrong or not. If I am, sorry about that. If the pivot holds this time, I may take a risky trade off the pivot because it's been holding. Every time we've moved above it, we've gone higher.
Order
All right.
filled.
We're just going to risk very little. And this was taken off the pivot. So this is why I just put my stop loss at the pivot there. All right, so doesn't look like the ES once again could not move higher.
Stop filled.
Dirty, dirty girl. So that trade was just kind of based off what we've been doing previously. See how we moved above the pivot and moved higher? I don't even know anything about the Coke story. That's Jackson. You're a kid. Get out of here. Or is that methodical man on Jackson's account? Man, that's crappy. Look at there. As usual, one candle early. I guess nice trade if someone took the trade off the pivot and gave it a little bit more of a stop loss than what I gave it. Yeah, I mean, those most of the time if we get above the pivot, I mean, we'll go. It's just I just got in one candle too early. I still want to take this trade up to the 60s. I feel like we just want to run the London highs. Then last time we pushed that VWAP, it was kind of a little bit of fake out. We just barely pushed up above it and just reversed. So there's just some gaps that could be getting filled, but see, we've had multiple gaps in this leg, so that's the reason why I don't have those gaps marked out. All right, so we're pushing the VWAP on the ES once again. I'm still thinking I may wait till we find support at this 25 or move above this 25 because it seems like this has been the magnet so far. And plus, we made lower highs on the ES, so if it doesn't get above this, so that means that we may be moving back down. But we did kind of move 30 points off the pivot there. So, I mean, that would have been a nice little trade if you had a bigger stop loss than what I had. Good morning, Lapta. How are you doing today?
Order filled.
Let's see.
Order
I may take
filled.
another stab at it and see if we can move up here. It's like we got there and just hit the wall at the top of that crap. Fuck her up, Buttercup. Oh, shoot. Oh, my goodness. It just could not find the momentum to move higher. What time are you heading back today, back home, Methodical Man? All right, so one more losing trade on this account. We'll have to put it away for the day and probably switch over to a new one. Oh, tomorrow. Okay. Man, my back's already hurting. It's like 10 o'clock. Good morning, Patrick. How are you doing today? Yeah, I mean we're just down on our eval. I mean this is what we're trading. This if I take one more losing trade on the eval, we're just gonna put it away and switch to a different eval. No, we don't have it on the table. This is just 7 micros. Oh, it's under the desk. We need that 25 push for this to move up. Rip it. You're funny. Be like a nutty. Go ribbit, ribbit. It's like, come on, 25 push. Let's push to 25. It's not looking very promising. It's like the ES is either going to consolidation or we're going to be stuck here again. So what do you got? Staying behind a methodical man just to watch baseball games?
Stop filled.
Son of a bee. All right, so I guess that's the end of that eval for the day.
Order canceled.
Okay.
Order submitted.
Why is it doing that? All right, so I guess we're going to start Friday. This is why a lot of times I struggle with trading on Fridays. Uh, nice. We're farther from payout now since we took a loss this morning. Yeah, so we're gonna be down how much on that eval? I mean, hell, I guess I could just put it back on and just put high contracts on it and see what happens. Oh, use the DCA for eval. They don't care if you use those on evals, it's just the funded accounts. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, so all my longs have been horrible decisions this morning. This way I make sure I do not take a long at the top of this damn box again. What time are y'all's games today, Methodical Man? Oh, okay. So you guys got to hang out all day then. Oh, Jazz, you want short at 608? Is that what you were saying? Hmm. And as you can see, we still have not pushed that 25 yet. We've been stuck there all morning. Oh, yeah, that's definitely where I got stuck at. I done tried it like 3 times or 4 times, and each time was a fail. I mean, we pretty much just pushed the same area, found resistance as we did earlier. I mean, this has pretty much been our zone probably since the what 9:45. Nautical Man, you getting some Father Day gifts? Is that what they're shopping for you, or you got to do the buying? Man, I was really hoping for a better, like, trendy day, but we just have not had it. Oh, goodness. Hopefully, everybody else is kind of keeping their accounts safe today. Um, we are definitely going to be finishing red on our eval today. We still have the London lows below and some equal lows on the 15 minutes. I may take a stab at the short below the pivot one more time. And we also have 11 o'clock news today, or 12. Is it 11? Or maybe that already happened. Yeah, I think it already happened. I'm right. I'm an hour behind. Yeah, this has been tough today, man. I was really hoping for a good Friday. I almost feel like we're trading a Monday. This is kind of what Monday usually feels like. But I also feel like this also could have something to do with the contracts. You know, we have people on September's, then having people on June. So just with the contracts being split. All right, so we're testing that 25 again. Just not sure if this is going to be a fake out above the 25. And plus, this is kind of where we've been stuck for a good minute here at the 30s. Yeah, this has definitely been tough, St. Patrick. It's hard to trade and watch. I mean, we're just pretty much barcoding sideways. And plus, we're kind of heading into that Friday lunchtime hour too, where, it seems like every Friday at lunchtime, the market usually gets pretty crappy. Are most of you guys just kind of sitting to the side, just watching price action? Or are any of you guys still trying to trade this? I mean, I would like it if we can get back above this 25 range. This has been the stronghold here for the ES here. You're holding along. Where'd you grab your long at, trader? Did you grab it right off above the pivot? Big move moving down, you think, Angel? Yeah, I mean, we've been struggling to get through that 25 all morning long. Then we've had a ton of consolidation around the 30, 31 range. I think Jazz says the sell starts at 31. It's probably gonna be one of those deals when it goes, it goes. It's probably not gonna offer you too much of an entry unless you're already long, kind of like Trader. Dude, I have tried 3 longs already this morning, and I've had no, actually 4. 2 were losers and 2 were break evens, and that last one really put me in a hole. So unless we can move above that 25 in some confidence, I'm just going to kind of sit on the sideline. I mean, at least we are pushing above the 25 finally. I just don't know if this one's a fake out or not. Because we had one right here. Look, it pushed above it. Look how long that wick is. It just could not move higher. Wow. It's almost hard for me to go long just because of what's happening over here. I have by far say this has probably been the hardest trading day this week so far. I mean, I feel like we finally want to move higher, but I just don't have very much confidence that we have the volume to move higher. Maybe if we can get up through this 31 range here. Yeah, I know. I mean, they both look super weak to me. It's like there's just no volume here. At this point, I almost feel like every trade's kind of a gamble. Trader, so are you still holding your long here? I'm not sure where your entry was. I didn't know if you were still holding. Small position on the ES. Yeah, if the market continues to move like this for the rest of the day, we'll probably call it at 2 o'clock today. I got a feeling this is kind of what next week may be like with the contract swap over. It seems like every time we have the contract swap overs, I usually struggle that first week until everybody gets switched over. Maybe if I go get some coffee, we'll move. Goodness. Where's your short at from the ES here? Is that the London lows, Jazz? Good evening. No, it's right there. Methodical man, it's probably a good day not to be trading. Yeah, man, this has been super tough, trader. Really have not had any good entries. Almost every entry I've taken is like almost feel borderline gambling. Oh, you thinking we maybe retrace to this wick here at the bottom of the 15-minute? Approaching the pivot here. So let's see what happens at the pivot. All right, so we're finally pushing the pivot. Oh, dude, it's been horribly choppy all day. I don't know if it's because, we don't have as many people trading the June contract. I mean, I know there's more people trading the June, but there's still a split lobbies between the June and July. Maybe this is at 60 we pushed down to finally.
Order filled. Order
Let's give it a
filled.
try.
Target filled. Stop filled. Stop filled.
I mean, even that was tough to get down. Goodness. It's almost like this is going to be one of those days where you just don't really get good follow throughs and you're just going to have to scalp if you're looking for trades because unless you're, bought the top here at the 31s. Angel, did you end up buying up there at the highs? You got out with a small gain. Yeah, this is the big. Actually, he calls it the what's that guy's name? The Sabo box. Maybe we can get some kind of pullback for a sell. Yeah, Sabo box or for entry. The Sabo box. I know, nice call, Jazz. I wish I'd have took the from the 31s. I almost want to take it down, see if we can take it down to the 60s.
Order filled.
Let's see.
Filled.
We'll just use the 2-minute here. The only thing that worries me is that we had equal lows right there, and I feel like we should probably just push those.
Target filled. Target filled. Stop filled.
We'll just go to break even. Nice call out, Jazz, to the 60s.
Stop filled.
All right. Too bad we didn't take that from the 31 like Jazz called out earlier. Woo, look at that nice rip right off the 60s, Jazz. Yeah, we're green on our 250K, but we're red on our other eval. We're down 400. Yeah, we're down 410. That was that one I took back to back losing trades on. This one. So we just put it away for the day. This is the we were trading this other funded account just to see what we could get. So this is the 250K funded, and that's the one we're up 410, which I don't think I'll take any more trades on that. If I look for one, I may try to look for one on our other funded account. I know it's like back to back. Traders taking back the sim account throne. Oh shit. And I may switch over to Bulanox. I have an eval on Bulanox too that I can trade. And I need to set up my funded account with Bulanox. I have a funded account with Bulanox, but we haven't even started trading. Yeah, unfortunately, that was the same funded account that we messed up yesterday. Remember when Ripnick was having some delay issues? That was that one I went in over leverage. I know it seems like there's been some good movement in the London session, but usually what that means is it sucks for New York session. Let's see. So far, uh, looks like the 2 minutes a little bit better entry. I don't know. That's only the Sabo box to listen to. There you go. This way everybody can see it. So we do have a 3-minute inversion gap here. We broke structure. So I mean, it's a, you know, trade for long. Just the only thing is, we're moving into that 31 range where we have not broke out of all morning. We've been just kind of stuck at that 31. Nice. I mean, I guess I can attempt it, see what happens. Our first swing is not till 31. Oh, it's getting too close. Come on now. All right, waiting to see what this candle is going to do before we decide to jump in. I just realized we're up there by that 25 on the ES, so that is definitely a dangerous area to jump in. I mean, the top of the box is holding. Yeah, I'm unfortunately we're not on the September contracts. Yeah, we took a trade on the short from earlier. I just don't know if I want to jump in for long here. It seemed like I've been burnt twice on longs this morning trying to long up here in this range. I think if I add them up, I think I've taken a total of 4 trades in this area right here this morning. Yeah, so on our eval here, we're down 410. And this is the one that we took our, basically lost these longs at this morning on this eval. Then we switched over to our 250K funded account. And this is that one I made 410 selling here. And this is another funded account that I was looking for. You're talking about chart signals? Yeah, I've never really had very much luck with chart signals. I think they've never really helped me that much. I'm not saying there's not one out there. I just know I haven't had very much luck with them. All right. I'll take a picture of it so I remember it and I'll look at it this weekend. All right. I mean, I know I can always go back and look at the comments, but it's just easier to take a picture. So far, it looks like this trade may end up being a winner. For anybody, I guess, that's taking these inversion trade, this is off the 3-minute. I just know I wasn't going to try again, since I mean that would have been my 5th trade trying to go long up here, and there's just no way I can try that again. How are you doing, Fred? Let's see. For some reason, I'm not sure how most of you guys set up your charts whenever you do take those. So what is that? As it looks like about the 16, 17, about 10 points if you did take it. I'm not sure. Usually whenever I take inversion trades, I take most of my contracts off around 20 ticks and try to leave a runner. So I would already been pretty much came back, hit my break even spot here because I would have got the 20 ticks. Then my runner would have fell. Yeah, I've only ever used 2 charts to trade on. When I first started trading, we used TraderVate. I can't remember who was. I know I've used Top Step a time or two. I think I've only ever used them twice. I think it was one of the free counts they handed out. Then I also bought. This is back when they used to be like $50, and that was a lot to. Um, that was a lot to spend on a eval, $50 when, especially when I was a new trader. And this is back in 22. Yeah, I'm definitely not to that level where I would say I could teach somebody how to trade because, I like to learn just as much from you guys in the lobby as, whatever, maybe tips or something you pick up for myself. So once again, this is kind of where we've been struggling to get through pretty much all morning. Oh. So this 54.25 has been major resistance all morning. This is why it's highlighted in red. I get these levels from Adam Mazzini's numbers. I'm not sure if I'm butchering his last name, but the Adam, he usually releases numbers. You can get a lot of his numbers off of Twitter. Usually he releases them every day on Twitter also. And I don't really take trades on the ES. I just pretty much use it for like support and resistance. So I usually like to take my trades based off on what the ES is doing. So the last time we pushed above this 25, it was pretty much a fake out. We had this one candle push up. It had a harsh pullback. We did print above it, but as you can see, we just could not get any higher above the 25. So just be careful. Make sure we don't get faked out if you are looking for longs. And we've also had a lot of resistance around this 31 on the NASDAQ. So the long that I've been looking for this morning, I kept thinking maybe we're going to push up to, I'd have to look at the London highs. I think it's at the 60s or 58s. I've never really used a lot of the 1000 or 2000 tick charts. All right. What are you on so you're getting ready to start a YouTube channel, Little Nas? Unfortunately, it looks like we're gonna have to wait for us to get out of the consolidation box. because we're still running into quite a bit of resistance in this area. What's the what is your channel going to be called? Like just a little Nas Edge Trader? Are you going to use this name here? Yeah, just let me know. I'll definitely check it out next week if you plan on starting. I usually listen to probably 3 or 4 different streamers in the morning when I'm trading. There's not really a lot of people on today. I didn't see Nutty streaming unless he's on and I missed it. Methodical Man's not streaming today either. What kind of microphones you order? Yeah, most people that trade online, we usually watch most traders that are on here, especially the smaller YouTube channels, like especially mine. Yeah, it took me a few mics to finally get one that's finally working decently. I still get a static every now and then. I went with the Shure microphone. We did that in the Elgato camera. But I think when I first started out, I used the Razer camera. All right, so we kind of want to sit here and just wait and see if we're going to find support at this 25 or if we're going to continue back down. So it's been pretty much the same setup as we previously had over here, where we pushed above it and moved back down. But we did make a higher high, so I mean that's a plus. I'm just not sure how many more times I'm willing to risk my account since we're already down on one eval. And the next thing I was planning on trading was probably another PA account. And I'd hate to be down on a PA and an eval starting out, Friday. I know the one microphone I made a mistake and bought was that red one from Walmart. I went to Walmart and got a microphone. It was one of the better ones they had there, but that thing, I didn't like the fact that I couldn't turn off the light. So it looks like you were talking into like a lightsaber from Star Wars. Well, maybe we should have been short from that 31 again, because I mean, 31's holding. Yeah, let me. I got another chart over here. I think I did have it on tick charts yesterday. I know I've used a 2000 tick chart before, but it's been a while. No, no, you're good, man. I don't mind tips from people. That doesn't bother me. I mean that's pretty much trading what it's about, learning as much as you can. If you can use somebody else's information to integrate it into your information, I mean, to me that's the, trick to trading, to find your own strategy, what works for you. I mean, I've taken stuff from Methodical Man. I've taken stuff from Patrick Willis, ICT, um, just numerous other people online. I'm not saying I use it to the T, but you just take what you think is useful and put it with your stuff. Just like Adam's information, I like to use Adam's information with my trading. So you're already live streaming? Is that what you're saying? Or so are you going to use the page you already have up, Little Nas, or are you going to make a new one? Or is that right, Nas the Dragon? Is that the right right page. Unfortunately, we're into the lunch hour on a Friday, and this is usually like the slowest period of the week to me. From my experience, is usually when we have Friday 12:30 to 1:30. There's not a lot of movement in the market. All right, so are you going to use that one to stream on then? This page here? I just want to make sure I subscribe to the right page. That's why I was asking. All right. We'll look for you on Monday or Tuesday. Just let me know whenever you want to start streaming. I'll give you definitely a listen. Hopefully no one got trapped in there in a long. That's what I was telling you earlier. Every long I've taken up there, we have just been a roadblock. So there's no reason for me to keep trying longs over and over if they don't fail 3 or 4 times. Oh goodness. I almost want to put my eval on here and just kind of go heavy, see if we can get some of our losses back. Mm. This does this for the next 15 minutes. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. It's a coffee lunch break. Usually takes about 5 minutes to go in there and make some coffee. I'm a huge coffee drinker. Oh. Oh yeah, dude, that 25 has been a straight wall. Hey, Adam's numbers are straight on today with that 25, isn't it? He called that major support. I try to put all the major support levels in red so that they're easier to stand out. Yeah, my wife bought me a nice coffee maker for Christmas last year. Like, you put the beans in the top. It has a bunch of other little, pictures on it that you can select to make different coffees, but we pretty much just drank black coffee with like a couple of teaspoons or tablespoons of creamer in it, or half and half, I guess. uh, yeah, I think I got it right. I'll show you the page again, and this is the one. Is this the right one, Little Nas? Little Nas? If not, I can unsubscribe if I pick the right one. I mean, I've already subscribed to it, so I just make sure I have the right one. Okay. All right. Yeah, just let me know when you go live. We will definitely give you a listen. We pretty much sit here 6 hours a day, so got plenty of time to listen to different people. Like, I don't even know why I have on these headsets today because there's really not a lot of people streaming today. And I'm not sure if Alpine streaming. I usually don't listen to Alpine. I'll listen to Nutty sometimes and Methodical Man mostly throughout the day. Then I'll just keep those on because I have my stream up on the corner over here. Because every now and then I check to make sure I don't have static. Because every now and then static will pop up in the screen. Yeah, I've only been doing the live stream thing probably since 1st of March. I pretty much do same as you guys. I'd sit there and just probably listen to different streamers all day. The only difference between when you're streaming, it's almost like you try not to feel obligated to trade, and sometimes it kind of makes you over trade. Where if you're not streaming, you can just take your one trade a day is what I used to do, or two at the max, then just sit there and watch streaming all day, off and on, as you drink coffee or whatever. Come and go do things, come back, like probably most of you guys do. May look for another short below the pivot. So we switched back over to our evil eval that we're having a bad day on. We're going to go contract heavy. So we may even blow our eval again. We're going to hope that the 60 range is in play, but we'll have to wait and see because we're also at a support on our 419. So hopefully we can get through the 19 and push below the pivot and maybe make some new lows. We also still have the London low down there. I would have to look at it real quick. I don't know why. I changed screens, so I had it marked out, but it was marked out on the micros. Okay. So this is the London low from this morning. Down at the 508s, 500s. So you would think the market would at least give us the London lows or the London highs, or we also have data highs up there at the 90s. But usually, in most cases, whenever London has huge movements overnight, I mean, this is pretty classic where the next day the market just kind of sucks. And usually you won't find a move until, say, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the evening is when we start moving again. So, I mean, realistically, this 31 really hasn't been a bad area to take her short. I mean, this is where all the resistance has been all morning long. You would think after it's done it, what, one, two, three, this is the fourth time, the fourth exact same type of movement over and over. Little Naz, are you only trading top step only? Wow, is this the move that we've been waiting for to move up? It's a little bit off. We made higher lows. So we bounced right off the pivot. We bounced right off of that level at the 419s. It's so tempting to get long to take this back up to the top of the box. Wow, that's nice. Oh my goodness. He went to a baseball game with their kids. I guess one of his kids are in all-star baseball, and they had to travel like 2 hours away. And so they have two more games this evening. I guess they stayed overnight last night. I'm not sure what city they're in. I just know he said it's 2 hours away from where they live. Oh, you're very, very welcome, sir. It's almost like I want to scout to the top. Goodness. So once again, we're trying to break that 25 area. Maybe we can finally break this this consolidation box for a move up to the 60s. Uh, rejected again. Holy crap. Had my charts messed up a little bit. So up at the 60s, we have London highs, and we also have the data highs from yesterday up at the 90s. So what we did is we switched back over to our eval. We're going to hopefully try like maybe some scalping or something to see if we can pick up 5 points or so. Or we might have to just take Black Beauty's advice and just sit here and chill and watch price action. I mean, the 25 is finally holding, maybe. Maybe if we can break above this 31, maybe we can finally get moving. Even if it is just slow movement. All right, so we did get a candle to print above the 25. That's a plus. I haven't seen that hardly. I know, that's what I'm saying. Rip it. Are you in this one, Fred? It's been like this all morning. I mean, okay. Where'd you jump in at? I want to hop in, but I kind of like to see it get above this 30 area. 35 or something, maybe. I know as soon as I break in, it's going to freaking just die. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm about to do. I'm about to jump in super risky with you. I'm trying to get some of my. I mean, I've already lost 400 on this eval, so what's a little more? Just doesn't have the power. Rip it for Fred, guys. Come on, rip it for Fred. Dude, it hit the top of that box again. Look. Ah, the Sabo box is just not letting go today. It's just like, no. It like dips its wick outside the box and just rips it right back. I'm feeling the heartbeat over here, Fred. Whew. Man, if you're sitting in forward contracts, you down what, 2 or 3 points? That can make you be nervous. Come on, let's go. Rip it. Man, this consolidation area has been just right on point today. I mean, we just cannot get out of this area. I mean, literally, we're only pretty much bouncing what 40 points besides these few little dips. We just cannot get out of this range. This is a good trading day if you're good at trading zones. So if you're trading zones, what you would do is you would keep taking these trades wherever we're going and until it fails. So no matter how many times you take these zones, you would just keep doing it. Gold's doing the same thing today. Maybe that's what it is. The dollar is kind of in a funk. Maybe the dollar is trading in a zone. There's no movement in the dollar. So that's why NASDAQ and ES is just kind of also the same. Does Does Bitcoin affect any of these markets? Because I know I didn't realize how much Bitcoin had sold off. I haven't really been following it. Unless I saw an old video or something. It might have been an old video. Let's see. No, never mind. It was an old video. Bitcoin's still at 65,000. Okay. That was an old video I saw then. 65,000 for a Bitcoin? If that's what you're asking, trader. Same here. I mean, I've bought Bitcoin, but I've never traded it or, in and out. It's just pretty much you buy it and hold it. It's pretty much all the crypto stuff that I've done. Which I sold off, I'm going to say probably close to $3,000 in Bitcoin when I started streaming. I paid, and that's why I could pretty much pay everything else I bought when I started streaming, because we ended up buying a new PC plus the microphone, camera, amp, a couple monitors, a few other things. And this was from, I want to say, not Bitcoin, but just coins that we had bought last year, I think, whenever the market was down. All right. So maybe we can look for a long here finally. Just to make sure we don't get teased as we try to move up. Kind of waiting to see what this next candle does, if it prints above there. And sometimes you don't always get out on the first break of the consolidation box. Sometimes it tricks you. All right, we're gonna give it a whirl, and we're just gonna have a short stop loss. This is at a eval that I'm already down like $400 from this morning, so I figure a few hundred more dollars is not gonna hurt anything. Look at there, it didn't want to leave the box, guys. Gonna come back and get us. Get a little bit more room to breathe. Oh, that's scary, scary. It lost all of its volume as we were trying to move higher. It's almost like I almost want to kill this trade now just because we got above the consolidation box and stopped. And this is on an eval. So what we're doing, we was already down from this morning because we've tried this long a few times from earlier. So it looks like it's going to stop us out. I think that eval is pretty much over with because we're already down. It might have to be a reset account. Anybody else struggling with the longs? Anybody else feeling the FOMO with the longs here? That was also an eval that I was pretty much over leveraged in. What about you, Fred? How much did you lose on your eval on that one that reversed when you were long at the 28? So we are approaching the 1 o'clock hour. So hopefully between the 1 and 2 hour, we can finally start getting some movement. Probably switch back over to micros for this one. Yeah, that I was tempted again on the longs. They've been getting me like all day. The one time I probably don't try it, it's going to go up like 30, 40 points. Oh, you're still holding longs. Oh, okay. I didn't know you were still holding. We're just going to switch back over to our micros. Oh yeah, dude. I'm I'm pretty much most going through this one eval today. It's almost like should we just go ahead and just blow it and get it over with? It's like, do we dare to try this again? That's kind of where we got stopped at a while ago, was around this range. Excuse me. American Solar, where are you long from? Man. Nice. Nice. Maybe finally a little volume.
Order filled.
Maybe this is the push we've been looking for.
Order filled.
Let's see if I can I'll use the 2-minute as my stop loss. We switched back over to micros, so we're only on half micros at the moment.
Order canceled. Order filled.
I think this is,
Stop filled.
I think that was probably my 5th long of the day. So, Fred, you still holding that long? I think that was going to probably be my last long of the day. Probably be my last trade. I've been way over trading for the day. Ugh. Luckily, all my mess ups just came on my evals, which I am a little bit more aggressive on evals than I am my funded accounts. We still never did get a trade on my other funded account, so we just left it be. But the one eval, it's pretty much gone. I don't think there's no recovery with that one. Well, I mean, if you're green for the rest of the day, y'all have had a pretty good trading day because mine has been horrible today. It's probably been one of the worst trading days I've had in I don't know how long. Hopefully, we can just start fresh Monday. It's probably going to go now that we're not in it. That's the way it usually goes. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like if you go back and look at it. I mean, it seems like all the movement was definitely in the London. I mean, look, London sold off close to 200 points, 560. Not quite 200 points, but a little almost. I don't think I've ever heard that where you said the market rotates. Is that supposed to be with time frames? Gets the most moves? Yeah, I guess I've never heard that. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Okay. The market rotates what time frames gets the most move. Okay. Yeah, I guess I've never heard that. Now we're finally moving up after it came back and stopped me out. Dirty, dirty, dirty. We've been waiting all morning for us to push up to that 60, and it's going to wait till 1 o'clock to do it. Dirty. We'll have to go back to trading probably some Bulanok evals next week since the Apex ones aren't as cheap. I know that 31 was such a battle all morning. I think I tried 4 times, 5 times longs to try to get through that 30s, and every single trade was a fail. All right, so we're finally approaching the London highs up at the 60s. That was kind of what we've been waiting on all morning, but unfortunately, it took us all morning to get there. It made it very hard to trade unless you just happen to have been holding trades. Let's see here. Excuse me, guys. All right, so that's the London highs there at the 63s. I don't know. It'd be kind of rough for me to jump in again. Man, we done took like 4 losing trades today on our eval. It's like I waited all day for this move and we just never could time it right. So possibly if we continue higher, this is going to be our 90s. This is our data high from yesterday. This line here. All right, so we'll get rid of the London one since we already broke it. What about yourself, Angel? Are you still in a long or you're looking for a short up here at the London highs? You're still waiting for the drop down? Yeah, I'm thinking this even next week may even be tough trading with the contracts flipping over. I'm going to be a little bit more hesitant about trading next week, or I might even just trade evals only and stay away from my funded accounts until I know all the volumes on one set of contracts. Oh, excuse me. Hmm. Little trend line. Maybe this is where we finally break the data highs up at the 90. So it looks like we could possibly push up to the 40s. I may try a trend line break and see if we can get up to the 90s. I'll wait for this next candle to print. We'll try one more long. We're just on micros though, so there won't be a lot of winnings going on with the micros here, guys. Yep. Make sure I was on the right stuff. So the 58.60 range, that's the London highs from overnight. For anybody that I guess that might have been looking for those. I've been kind of waiting for us to push up there all morning long, but most of my trades didn't work out for us this morning. Nope. Angel, how far do you think we could sell off today? You said you're waiting for the drop back down. Back down to the 500s? Five tens? Wow, 150 points. So we're just kind of waiting to see what we're going to do in this area here to see if we're going to sell off from the London highs. Or even the data highs up at the 690s. Kind of looks like we want to push back down to the 25s again on the ES. Yeah, I'm over trading today. I'm not lying. It's just one of those days, I guess. I think since I was red on my one eval, it kind of makes me want to make up for it. Yeah, it's I guess after I took those first couple losses, it makes me hesitant. It makes me slow to pull the pull the trigger after I've taken a couple losses. It's probably gonna be one of those evenings where I just probably just watch the price action. How well do you do on gold, American? Have you made any money off trading gold, or are you just mainly trading your evals or funded accounts with them, or real money? I want to say this has probably been one of the hardest trading days that I've had in. I can't remember the last time I've had a trading day like this where I've just struggled this much throughout the day. But I mean, I know everybody has them. I just hate that I have it on a Friday. Friday to me is always the worst day to have a crappy trading day. Yeah, I'm definitely probably not going to be trading the Friday afternoon. Yeah, this has been pretty much boring price action all morning. I mean, there's really not a lot to do. Like I was saying earlier, unless you're good at zone trading, I mean, this has been your basically type of day if you like to trade the zone or the, idiot box, I guess. I mean, this has pretty much been our zone all day long. I mean, we finally start slow grinding up out of the zone, what, about an hour ago? We're finally what made it 100 points on the NASDAQ, which really isn't a lot for, most of the NASDAQ trading days. Usually we've already gone up 100 or more points and a move back down. We're probably going to go till 2 o'clock Eastern time today. But I don't think I'll take any more trades. Just the fact that I feel like I've over traded already. Yeah, very true on that. It was just all the good movement was in London overnight. Did you trade overnight, American Solar? Oh, okay, you started at 6. Wow. Let's see. What are you looking at the data highs from the other day, Angel? Okay. I know I done mentioned them things so many times this morning, but we didn't fail trying to get there. That would be insane if we had 100 and something point sell off this evening. Oh, excuse me. Hopefully everything next week will go smoothly with the transfer over to the September contracts. All right, so we're about 20 points away from the data highs from yesterday. That was our news play. I think it was from the job numbers at 8:30 yesterday. I feel like we had a Fed speaker or something this evening, but I'm not positive. I know, man. It took all day for us to get to the 90s. Then you have to sit here and watch it because I done took freaking 2 losing or 4 losing trades, so they I'm like too nervous to keep trying. So far, the 2 minute candle stop loss would have worked pretty good right here. We never came back below our 2 minute candle. So you would have just had to pull the trigger on that trend line break. Oh, goodness. What kind of effect does gold have on the ES and NASDAQ? I don't think this was the high for the ES. I mean, I feel like the ES still, yeah, it could. It still run higher. We really don't even have any entries for. So that's a 1 minute gap here. We have another one in this leg here, but so far this one seems to be holding up. The only thing that makes it hard for this inversion gap here is we have an internal swing that's pretty close. Get spammed by that same number over and over. American Solar, are you still short on your gold? Your gold entry? Oh man. So what we're gonna do is just kind of wait and see until we push the 90s up here. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting. Hopefully, we get a deep pullback. Not a deep pullback, but a deep sell off. I like us to hit those data highs, then look for a short from up at the data highs at the 690s. But we just made a lower high, so Are you still green on all your accounts, American? Let me make sure there's not any more inversion trades within this area here. Okay, nice. I guess I'm pretty much 50-50 on mine. I'm red on my eval, um but we were able to make $400 on our one funded account. We got still a gap on this 1 minute, so if we can get below this, you can possibly look for a short if you're looking for those inversion trades. I'm gonna try to hang on as long as I can. I really want to watch for the sell off, possibly. A 4 hour. Let's see. I don't blame you, trader. I'm pretty close to myself. Sounds good, trader. Have a good weekend. Thanks for hanging out all week. At least most all of our other days this week were good. Just today has been horrible. Oh, we had a good Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday. Usually, if I have a good Monday through Thursday, a lot of times I won't trade on Friday because I don't want to mess up my accounts, but that was not the case today. Thank you, sir. Okay, so it's really probably not even best to trade between that 1 and 2 hour. So I was kind of looking at this 4 hour chart. So we got about 8 minutes left for a new candle to print. Let's see the 1 hour. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to check out gold. You said gold usually trades better at nighttime, like that 6 to 8 range. We're probably going to give it a few more minutes until after 2 just to kind of see what happens here, if we get any better movement after 2 or not. Mm. I guess the market closes early next Wednesday. I guess it's for that June. I forgot they made that June 10th a or June something like that. Let's see it again. Oh, Juneteenth or Juneteenth, whatever, for June 19th is a federal holiday. It's like, come on, 90. Let's close above 90. Look for that 100-point short. Hopefully, everybody's just kind of calling it a day and save what's left over of your accounts. Hopefully, many of you guys didn't have to finish red today. Well, the ES finally looks like it wants to push down. Oh, excuse me. I'm so tired. American, how long have you been trading gold? Have you been trading gold for a long time? Uh-oh. I was waiting for us to print. Are you talking about your short? I was waiting to see if we would print above below this gap. That's where I was looking for a short. Unless you're taking a long back up to the 90s. Angel, did you enter a short up around the 70s? Yeah, what I was waiting on, I was waiting for us to push through this area here for a short. We had a 3-minute fair value gap here that we were been having issues pushing through. And so I was kind of waiting for us to get good confirmation that we're going to push through this area. I like that the gap is holding.
Order filled.
All right. Hope I didn't jump in too early. Ah, make sure I have my stop in a good place. We just could not push through that one area. What worries me about this move is I know we haven't cleared those data highs up there, so it kind of. Hopefully, we can push through this 25 strong. It's like, come on. It's like, you know, it wants to go. Son of a bitch. We're just on micros. Yeah, I feel like 90 probably was the target. I should have waited for the sweep because I think that's where it's going back to is the 90s. I just don't want to get just wicked out, then it sells back off. I'd rather just wait and lose a little bit more. I'll see what this next candle does. Frick. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be another failed trade for the day, unfortunately. It's like, does if it offers me an entry, do I just want to get out? That's the one thing. I just feel like this is probably just going to be a pullback for us to move higher. Usually we get that little red candle, then we pop up sometimes. You got to believe. let's see. I'm thinking about just taking my 5 points on these first little and leave a one runner or something. We're at the wall of the 25 again. Dude, it didn't fill my contracts all the way. I'm not sure why I have 2 there and 3 up there. It's like something went wonky with that. For some reason, my contracts didn't sell off whenever we hit this bottom wick down here because I was trying to get out of most of my position and leave a runner, but for some reason, hopefully we don't push any farther than what this gap is here. Maybe it fills in this fair value gap, then sells back down. So hopefully that's the highest that we pull back. For some reason, whenever we pulled down here, I had 5 micros on. You're leaning up, American Solar? Once we hit 38, this will be pretty much a free trade. If the ES can get through the 25 here, we should sell down some. Oh yeah, dude. We've been talking about that London high all morning, and trust me, I wasn't able to get one trade to get up there this morning. It chopped all the way there. There was no really good movement to it. This has been every trade today that we just had to just sit through.
Target filled.
Whew. It's about time. Goodness. So what we're going to do now is just kind of follow the rest of it down on these 2-minute candles. Let me make sure I am on the 2-minute. Yeah.
Order submitted.
All right. So we're kind of back at that 31 where we had a lot of support on the ES. So we're getting reaction. I mean, that's kind of where we consolidated a lot this morning. So I was kind of expecting that. Koozie trade. All right. So technically, we could go to break even now because we're following the next 2-minute candle down. But I don't know. Kind of want to give it a little bit more room to go since we just have one micro contract. Man, the ES just does not want to let this freaking 25 go.
Order canceled.
All right. Nice. Well, it wasn't as much as I liked. I'd much rather had $50 to $100 added to our funded account. This was our other funded account, the one we really haven't traded today. We've just been just kind of sitting on it. But so these are the only two counts that we're able to finish green today, the 250K. So we're up almost $1,000 on there. We're getting there. You still need $6,000 just to request a payout. Our other eval, that is a no go. That thing is basically in the toilet. So it was a little stressful sitting through that one too. It's just the fact that I've taken, I don't know. I'm glad I'm done trading today. I'm just gonna walk away with my one wound of eval, and hopefully the Monday will bring better trading. Just so you guys know, next Wednesday, I just saw an email. I guess I forgot that Juneteenth is a federal holiday. And I think that's only because, most people don't get that day off unless you work for the federal government. So usually you don't think much about it. You only think much about, your days you get off of work for holidays. But since it's a federal holiday, it'll be a short day next Monday. They said they'll close the market at 12. I almost should have put my entry above this fair value gap. This is the area that that I was thinking earlier, if we did push back up, that area would hold. And it still could. Angel, whenever you enter these shorts like this, you said you entered around the 70. Are you to break even now? Do you just move your stop loss down to 70? I was really thinking that we would push the 90s just from that data high from yesterday, but that was a no go on the data high unless it moves up there later. So what we ran here was the London high. Let me look at it. I think the London high was down at the 60s. Then somebody was talking about, Jazz was talking about the 67 area as support. I guess should have looked left. Okay, so yeah, probably here. All right, so we got back through that gap. What trade got you negative on your eval, American? Oh, you jumped in after I did. It looks like we went down almost 15 points. We're, I got in about the 44. Oh, okay. Yeah, it wasn't even that big of a move. It only went down what, probably 16, 17 points. Well, it was a little victory for me. It wasn't the whole kit and caboodle like I was looking for. I was I was looking for us to sell all the way back down to the 600s. And this would have been another I guess inversion trade on your 1 or 2 minute candles. Your entry would have been 57. Yeah, I remember you calling out the long on that. But I was already in my short, so I couldn't, I guess, reverse it. So what do you like, taking that off like the 5 minute on the 20 MA or 20 MA? It was at the 24. Oh, 15 minutes. Ooh. How heavy did you go in on your evals? Are you trading micros or minis? Okay, so you going heavy then. I'm trading usually smaller PA accounts. So like if I'm using the 250K, I may use minis, but for a 25K, I mean a mini can be devastating to it. Cuz that's kind of what happened with that eval today. No, that short I took earlier was basically based off of one of those inversion trades of the failed fair value gaps. And so that's what that trade was from earlier where I jumped in. Oh, okay. Oh, well, at least 150 is not too bad. Most of the time, I try to keep my counts under $200 losses, except for the day I did not do that. I feel like I was revenge trading my evals, kind of what it turned into. That's what it felt like. Oh my goodness. I don't know how much of a good gap that is. It's pretty small. But we did break structure, at least to the next window over. Let's see. What do we got? Minute left. I feel like I've heard of War Thunder before, but I can't remember where I saw that at. Is that? I'm assuming that's on PlayStation. Well, I don't know if that's gap good because there's a second gap here that I just noticed. So I guess we'll just watch this one, see what happens. But there was multiple gaps. I just saw that one. Oh, you played on a computer? Okay. It looks like a small fair value gap on the 3 minute, but very, very little. No. Traded right back up into the gap, so it makes it a no go. We're probably going to sit here and just watch this one. Excuse me. Yeah, the price action has definitely been pretty tough today, at least for me. It looks like all of our moves have just been just kind of grindy. It hasn't been really any good follow through moves. Just a few spots here and there. Or there hasn't been like easy trades where you jump in and the market just kind of takes off. You almost have to sit through some stuff or sit through some pullback, or if you do move forward, it's super slow to get to your, you know, stop loss area or your sell or buy order area. Oh my goodness. I know that 31 has been a magnet all day, Jazz. Either we're moving up to it or moving back to it. I'll give it a few more minutes. We'll watch and see where this move goes, then we'll probably call it a day. I have to be pretty much to be done trading so I don't mess up any more of my accounts. I think Angel, he's still long from the 70s. I think he got in up here at the 70s, which we pulled back to test the 70s. Sorry about that. I was deleting emails. Get bombarded with emails. Sometimes it's crazy the amount of junk emails we have to get. Let's see. My mouse died. Holy shit. All right, guys. After this move finishes, we're probably going ahead and we're not in a trade, but we're going to probably go in and call it for the day. We'll just have to start fresh over Monday with another. We'll probably go over to our Bulanox. We do have a Bulanox eval. We'll probably start with it instead of with Apex, unless I take trades on the Apex funded accounts. Thank everyone for watching today. Sorry we weren't able to get too many winning trades. It was kind of like a 50-50 type thing where we did bad on one account, but we did good on another account. And we're only able to get a little profit on our other funded account, which was only $30. And we don't have very much profit in it. I think we're only up a total of $122. But for the 250K, we are up 953 since we've started trading that. And we've only taken very few trades on that account. I think maybe 3 or 4 altogether. Hopefully most of y'all made it out through this choppy day without losing any of your evals or a minimum loss. You too, Roman. Thank you guys for hanging out and trading today. I'm kind of waiting to see if we'll make it down to this 30 range. I mean, I feel like that's where we're going since we've oh yeah, no doubt. I just try to make it through my trading days without blowing up my funded accounts because I've just got back into trading funded accounts again. Just because of the issues I've, in the past, like, it gets pricey to blow up some funded accounts. Nice, Angel. Yeah, I probably should have jumped with you higher, but I was really hoping that 90 would get touched. That's what I was waiting on. I think after my losing trade this morning on my eval, I was, gun shy. I was nervous to pull the trigger. So once again, we bounced off that 31, and we pretty much moved up 10 points just off the 31. So does that mean we're at the 25 on the ES? Let me look. Yep. We're back at the 25 again. How funny. All right, that's enough for me. Thank you guys. I'll see anybody Monday for who wants to stop by and chit chat or text for a little bit, or we'll see you over in Methodical Man's lobby. You guys have a good weekend. Thank you.